Okay, we are live. Hope everyone is doing good. Now, I wasn't going to do this, not tonight, but you know something? When there are dedicated people that are online, devoting their time, effort, and brain power to trying to figure out what happened in this case and to see that dedication show up the way it does. It tells me that, this is the case that needs dedication too, for sure. For sure. So I'm going to highlight a couple of things here that I find extremely complimentary for this particular case. I'm going to highlight that and show it to you, like I always do. Because when you have a group of dedicated people without the drama, without all the noise that we talked about in the last live, focusing on answers. It's just the answers. We all want the answers. In any case that gets posted, we all want the answers to a case that comes out like it's normal, but then it becomes perplexed with complications and twists and turns and behind the too much. So I was in a live earlier tonight and listened to some very critical things about the Sebastian Rogers case. And I came across some very good points. I'm going to share them with you here tonight. And then I have my question. How did Sebastian leave the house without being seen? And I'm sure that everyone has asked that question, being that it's now 8 months. How did he leave the house without being seen? All of this fog that's been behind this case. I'm at the house. I've always been at the house, and I'm going to stay here until I can figure out, how did he leave? How did he get out the house if he wasn't seen? No cameras, no witnesses, no sense, nothing. Come on. You got to box that in. You got to box that particular pieces of detailed information in. How does one leave a location without being seen, without having a scent, without video cameras at all? And everyone is racking their head, I have, about just those details. How does it happen? Vinnie Politano of Court TV asked that question millions of times. Nancy Grace asked that same question. Well, how the hell did he get out the house? And the Cajun Navy search crew, look, did you get a hit? Yes or no? Answers no. So how does Sebastian leave the house? Is the main question to ask. And that's bothered me since we have confirmation from Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, about him seeing a video about Sebastian leaving a very specific area called the Texas Roadhouse. It is February 25th of this year. He confirms that there is a video that he was shown about his son and his ex-wife, KP, leaving this premise or leaving the premises of this business establishment at around 6:30. So you have to mark that timeline. Those were the only two people leaving from a parking lot camera, from the building camera. A camera actually saw them exiting this particular business establishment on February 25th, the night of. The night of. Now you got to go from that timeline. Last sight of Sebastian was here. Confirmed. Sighting of Sebastian was here. What time was that? At around 6:30. So you got to mark that hard because it's a marker. It's a marker. I told you I was going to come back and give you some additional thoughts on this. Last live, it really got me going. Tonight, you should ask yourself the question and hold this question in mind going forward. How does Sebastian go missing without being seen? And then you got to stay right there until you get your answer. Because if he was last seen here, seen not according to what KP or CP has mentioned outside of their commentary, outside of them reporting anything, this is where you have to come from. You have to come from the premise, the origin. Molly 13, much love to you. Lynette Williams is in the building. Trishy is back, is in the building. Deborah Parson is in the building. Oh, damn, John Q is live. Yeah. I got to pop up. I'm noticing I have to pop up. Because if you schedule things and it gets posted, for some strange reason, I don't know. But for some strange reason, I have my thoughts. Anyway, welcome. Miss Justice. My love is in the building, holding it down in blue. Thank you so much for being here. So have they found him? Lynette, not to my knowledge. No one still knows what happened. Right. That's right. In a vehicle that was in the garage, in my opinion. Okay. Little Red is in the building. Well, I'm glad you're here. Zenny B is in the building. That's a good point. Doesn't make sense. Yeah. PNL Forever 71. You gotta email me to let me know what that means. PNL. Let's remember the stats in the US on missing and emmed children. 99% of all missing and blank children at the hands of the parents or step parents. Only 1% is strangers. Yeah. It's a very good breakdown. How did Sebastian get out of the house? And if so, why did he leave? In my opinion, I believe in the trash can and local trash pickup, or possibly never made it home. And that's a good point, because that's where it left you. That's where this information has left people. They're still not convinced about certain things regarding the narrative. Well, damned if I am. Damned if I am. I've heard narratives before. Don and Candace Wells told a narrative for the Summer Wells case, right? Trezell and Jacqueline West told a narrative in the West Boys case out of California City, California. And I can go on and on and on, but just those as an example. And it just seems so innocent at first sight. But now we're 8 months and this child is still missing. This child is still missing. And you have to ask yourself, from what we know after 8 months, why is that? No sight, no scent, no security, not seen, nothing from the house. Now stop right there, hold the phone. That's where we have to stay, because the narrative doesn't make sense at all to me. I'm sure a lot of you would agree with me, but I'm not going to put words in your mouth. Yes, that video has been out. He said he didn't see the supposed cousin or family, only mom and Sebastian when asked. Only mom and Sebastian. Now, see, that's what you saw. Blue Bella, welcome. Now, aren't they saying that Chris was with them that night when they ate? Now, see, that's what you heard or understand it to be. I haven't heard that. But yet, could that have been? Could it have been? We don't know. Not yet. Not yet. but a family picked him up and met the mom or somewhere. And that could be two. That could be two. When Seth come right out in the RICO paperwork, actually saying what I have wanted to hear him say. Okay, well, welcome. Deborah L., welcome. Love your input on this case, John Q. Well, thank you. I wasn't going tonight. I wasn't doing this tonight. But you know something? When something moves you, you go. You follow it. You follow a particular thought in a case where it's led you. And when you feel it, when you can sense it, when you discriminate all of the noise in a case, and it can lead you to just zeroing in on certain areas and certain aspects of what it's actually may be. That's where you go. That's where you go. And for me, it's like, how did Sebastian leave the house without being seen? I've covered all of the dynamics of the case as best as I could from the beginning when I started. Do you see what I see? All of the dynamics of the parents or step parents or the people responsible for a child going missing tell a narrative the way they did, and then only shortly thereafter, with time, we find out the narrative is totally opposite. It's totally opposite. Did Summer Wells go into the house while Candace Wells watched her go? See? Were the boys in the backyard playing with chalk when they went missing, as in the West case? You have to ask yourself those questions, and they do pop up. They do. And they have for me. So my main question for this case is, how did Sebastian leave the house without being seen? How did the boys in the West case leave the house without being seen? How did Summer Wells leave the house without being seen, especially around dogs? Go figure. No scent, no video, no eyewitness, nothing. 5 miles, 10 miles, 15, 20 miles out in a radius. How does it happen? Were they picked up out of the air? Now you think about that for a moment. Were they just picked up out of the air? Doesn't happen. You know that. It doesn't happen. Something did, though. There is neglect here, big time. That's just me saying that. Just me. And for a lot of people following this case, it's been question after question after question after question. But this is the main one that's sicking me right now. If what we've heard and if what we've seen over the last 8 months continues to be the foundation of this story, that he went home after dinner. He took the garbage out because that was one of his chores. He was told to go to bed at 9. Then 10 o'clock, there was a sound, a thud, a noise that was never verified nor checked up until the next morning at 6 a.m. when someone arose, so they say, got up, went to his room, and he wasn't there. He wasn't there. They searched the house for several minutes, maybe a moment, give or take. Out the front, in the house, to the back. Decided to call their spouse, who was at work, allegedly. And I promise you, I'm not going to be using that word allegedly, in my opinion, too much, because there's certain content creators that just don't know where to put that. Especially if you prefaced your live to mean allegedly, in my opinion. That's why I post the Fair Use Act before I go live if I'm going to talk about a case. It is just my opinion. It already states that, so why would I have to continually repeat allegedly, in my opinion? If it is my opinion, my viewpoint, my perspective, I can't give you critical facts that I'm not there to know in the first place. Any of us. Miss Angel is in the building. Much love to you, Miss Angel. I missed you last time. I saw you in the chat the last time, and I didn't say hi. And I do apologize for that. I went back over the live and I said, oh, damn, I got to get better at this. I got to get better at it. Did you guys hear about the natural burial ground? Here, see? Miss Bluebella, that's a new one. I find it interesting for some reason. Yeah. But before you put something like that out, I actually saw that and commented to the content creator that put that information out. And I asked them, who posted that on Facebook? Why now, after 8 months? That's what I did. And they wrote back, that's a good question. See, there are different levels that content creators, follow this case on. And I appreciate that content creator for just staying on the case. Just keeping Sebastian's name out there in some way, shape, or form. But the main thing is just to be careful as to what you put out. And until any tips are vetted, till they are vetted by the proper authority, hold it. Keep it on the down low until something comes from it. Because later on, if you're wrong and it turns out to be nothing, like Don B would say on his channel, a nothing burger, it's best not to talk about it. Because now you're reaching. In any of these cases, when a child goes missing, content creators shouldn't be reaching. You can speculate a little bit, and that's fine. but don't be reaching so hard. And then doing videos about the reach, because now that can be interpreted as misinformation if it's not true. And that's the best way to protect your channel, or being contacted by, authorities. You have a RICO right now going on, and that's a mess. It's a mess. I talked about that in my last live. And we have to be mindful when you're dealing with a live case as to what you put out there regarding any information, especially on Facebook or Instagram or Telegram or any of the grams that are out there. Hold tight. Let the information vet through. If it proves to be true, it'll come back. If it doesn't, then what happened to it? See? That's why I said you got to go slow. You got to go slow. If you're meaning to do the right thing, slow is always the best course of action. Always. But I thought the trash too was stepdad or family. Okay, I'm falling behind here. You find out who else is in the building while I read your comments. Sugar Plum 69 is in the building. Welcome. I didn't mean to hold you. CB. Wish the cryptic statements would end. Is there a court date yet for At Night and the defendants? I'm not aware of it. From what's been mentioned out there, don't know yet. But you know something? I'm not following that particular aspect of the case, to be honest with you. Other people have court dates based upon what's been put out there that led them to go into a lawsuit against stalking and defamation and all kind of trashy. I don't follow that. Never did. That's why I don't mention it really on my channel, because that's something else. And it doesn't find Sebastian. That's why I don't follow it. But if you hear something and would like to make a comment underneath this video, please do so. Could there be any information about what comes out of that? There could be, maybe. But right now, it's not as close as wanting to know how Sebastian left that house without being seen. It doesn't come close to it. Let me scroll down here and get to your last comments. Before I get into my dish tonight. Donna 66 from CA. How are you? How are you? Okay. All right. So the last time we were on, I shared with you just a few thoughts about what I was thinking about this case, and I'm still at the house, folks, and I won't leave the house until the house has been fully cleared properly, thoroughly, according to the narrative. According to the narrative. Because there's just no way this young boy, 15, walked out that house without being seen. without having a scent, whether he had shoes on or not, whether he had a coat on or not. You have professional canine tracking and cadaver doing a search, and I've watched a lot of their videotapes on YouTube, how they track a scent, even if it's trying to be sabotaged or the use of a contaminated scent to throw off the main scent of what they're actually tracking. It's incredible how these dogs are trained, whether they're shepherds or bloodhounds or Rottweiler, yeah, I mean, you name it. Once they hold a scent, that's the only thing they're after. And their sensory acuity of sense are 1,000 times, let's just say, more vibrant than ours. That's why they can go directly to it, because they know what they're looking for. And whoever was handling that particular job for law enforcement or for one of the search crews out there, you would figure they would have found something solid, at least to a point. False positives don't count because somebody could be there that maybe also carrying the scent, which would create a false positive. As far as we know, CP was in and around that search effort during that time. So he could have carried that false positive without knowing it. See? That's why nothing was actually hit on at that retention pond. He makes a statement that he was there. He makes a statement that that's where that scent led to, and then it stopped at the retention pond. Whether the dogs jumped at any place, at any time, at any given moment at that retention pond, guess what? Was Sebastian found? No. Hence false positive. But something was there to give that false positive, in my mind. Something was there to give that false positive. What was it? They don't like critical thinkers working on this case, especially if they're on YouTube. They don't. Because we could say something that they wouldn't expect us to say pertaining to the case directly, without commercials, without any interruptions, and say something that could add to, damn, wait a minute, that's right. We didn't check that. And have somebody scratch something down on the side and write it down. What was the false positive about? Let's go back. See? But I want to bring you back, and I thank you all for being here, for late night. Well, John Q is late night. I'm trying out some timelines because I usually come on at about 8:30. That's usually my time. But I've noticed that other content creators slip into that time, and I don't want to take away from them. I try not to interfere in their timeline, especially if they're following the case. So I sit back and listen. If it's anything of substance, I'll sit there and listen. Everybody knows if I'm in the chat because everybody gives me a wave, much love, love your channel, love your voice, type John Q comment. And I appreciate all of you that have been following the case in those content creator chats. And I'll listen. 90 minutes, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, don't matter. Well, listen, because somebody could say something that's different, or just a piece of information that would lead me to say, did I look at that? That's why I'm there. So my time being on my live is less. Not because I wanted to be less, but it's part of the research. It's part of what comes out of this case that makes a difference. So you have to study. That's a part of what I do. Not just get 2 pieces of information from a Facebook post and then go live without any backing, anything to verify, anything to vet from law enforcement at all. Now we just got what? Speculation, hearsay. And it's sad, especially when it comes to children going missing and people are trying to find their missing family member. And you got people online just talking, just way too much about nothing, just talking, which may take away from the timeline of trying to find out where they are. Too much talking. How do you get a RICO case on YouTube? That blew me away. I said, no, a RICO case. They got a RICO case on P. Diddy based on entering his home and finding credible evidence of videos and all kinds of hard, evident material to create a RICO case. How in the hell do you do that online? I'm like, wait a minute. It reminds me of the Majority Report that Tom Cruise did in that movie, Pre-Thought Crime. Pre-thought crime. People can say something or show something or whatever online, and it could become a crime. Think about it. Oh, no. I'm not going there. Shouldn't be a RICO case in the Sebastian Rogers case. There wasn't a RICO case in the Summer Wells case or the West Boys case or Cash Garnon's case or Quentin Simon's case. No RICO. How does RICO show up in this case? Because people are doing too much. That's all. Too much of the wrong thing, and it gets so loud and so bold, it begins to, interfere with what's supposed to really be going on. And that's trying to find Sebastian. Now you got to start from the beginning. How did he leave the house without being seen? How does that work? How does it work? Let me ask you something. And I appreciate all of your commentary. All of your commentary. John, you are correct when you think about it. If anyone knows where he is, they will call Ellie so they can collect an award. Yeah, the reward. They wouldn't put it out on Facebook first. Why would you? That's what I'm saying. False positive. Why would you say that he's in some kind of Westmoreland lake area, 27 miles away from where he went missing, and you wouldn't tell that to law enforcement to collect the reward? Why post that on Facebook? Think about it. You post that on Facebook to get attention. And I asked the content creator that posted that information, who posted that on Facebook? And they couldn't tell me. They couldn't tell me because they didn't know. So why would you post that on your channel if you couldn't vet it? See, now you're going, well, anyway, let me do this. The last time we were together, and I love every single one of you for hanging out with me tonight. Don't mean to keep you up. There's just enough going on about this case that begins to make you think. A lot of it is concerning because to some degree, it seems like, given the appearance of what it is, it seems like there's certain people that may not want this child found. Why would that be? No clue right now. But why wouldn't you want an autistic 15-year-old child to be found in the way that he went missing, according to the narrative? Why? Why? Why would so much noise be put out there to prevent this child from being found versus those people that are looking for the child to be found? Why is there a one thing versus another in the case of a missing person? I asked myself, it doesn't make sense. It's hard to vet whether any information that's gotten by law enforcement is to be true or not. You would think. You would think. Hold on one second. You would think. How is that possible? I don't know. Is it really about revenue? I don't know. Is it really about revenue? Well, I can't be the one to say whether it is or whether it isn't. I know what I do on my channel. The answer is no. Not about it here. But let me do this and kind of like bring you to where I am in my thought tonight as to the reason why I went live. And if we're coming in real loud and clear, everything seems to be working okay, type 1 in the chat, and then I guess I can walk you through just a couple of things that created a thought in my mind to actually go live. Because what made me do this is the question, how did Sebastian get out the house without being seen? It would be the real question. How did he leave that home without a camera, a scent, or anyone seeing this young man at all? Forget taking out the garbage. No one's seen him leave out of all the houses that are in that area at all that have security cams inside the house as well as outside the house. Huh? Thank you. Inside the houses as well as outside the house, all the way until you get to Hollow Road. And even if you go to the retention pond, still houses before you get to that location didn't pick him up, that are operating 24/7 for home security in an area that is plush with houses well over $200,000 in value. How does it happen? Ginger Girl is in the building. And I looked at that too, Ginger. No one's seen him arrive back at home after the Texas Roadhouse. Hearsay, hearsay, but what validates the hearsay? How does that, huh? And law enforcement not make that a part of a report to say he was seen on video camera arriving back at the house after the Texas Roadhouse dinner with his mom that night. Other than that, we've got no clue. But yet you have a mysterious video at 3:11 a.m. that morning with floating flashing lights or night lights, flashlight, whatever you want to call them, floating around for a couple of minutes in that area near the house and not find that of evidentiary value? The same night or the morning he goes missing, not any other time or any other night did those lights show up but the night he went missing. And it's nothing of evidentiary value. I said, who is this young cat that looks like, what the hell is his name? Colin Farrell. Colin Farrell, the movie star from The Phone Booth. And I mean, he did a number of different movies. He looks just like him. Colin Farrell, whatever his name is. He looks just like him. I said, what is this Colin Farrell guy talking about? No evidentiary value of lights floating around at the time Sebastian goes missing, the morning he goes missing, and there's nothing there that has them scratching their head about it. At all. Why would the FBI put down $50,000 on the table if there's no evidentiary value in anything that this case seems to hold? Car was parked in the garage. Miss Justice, thank you for saying that. Hell of alive. I think someone gave him a phone. He was led out by phone. Okay. I'm going to, hey, follow your thought. If this is what has led you to believe what you're making comments about in the chat, all I can do is read them and say, okay, something for me to consider. But could it have been? Could it have been? But Kendra McCrae is in the building. It's impossible. Yeah. By talking to him. That's right, hell of a live. By talking to him. Hi, Curly. Curly Lock Diva. How could it have been? Molly 13. If he was wearing someone else's shoes, would the dog still pick up the scent? Now, good question, Miss Marley. Whose scent would he have? The scent of the shoes or the scent of his body? If the police tracking dogs had gotten any evidence from the house where his clothes, whether it be his shoes, pants, shirt, hair follicles from a brush, toothbrush, anything, they're going to follow that specific scent. Now, if he decides to wear, let's just say, somebody else's clothes, it's not going to hide the scent. It's going to be a mixture of the scent, but still following the primary scent in which the dogs are going to be actually tracking. Even if there's some kind of peripheral, if you will. I think you're mentioning a peripheral type scent. Yeah. That could lead to a false positive. And in this case, I believe that's what happened. Hence, we have the report of a false positive in this case. What created the false positive? Why did the dogs scent and then stop scenting, if you will, at that particular location? Now you've got to hold that down on the table. It goes to a certain point, then stops. Why did it go from a certain point, then stop, and then no scent? How do you get that? What puts that there on the table? See? Now, what do you have to check out? You have to check out that subdivision that the scent stopped at. See? And I'm sure that all of that area, that subdivision area, let's do this. Because you know John Q. You guys know me. Here. And that, if y'all can see that type of one, see, this is what I'm looking at. House subdivision. See it? How does the scent stop there? How does the scent stop there, a half a mile from where he was reported going missing? And then no scent in either or any direction. No scent, no cameras at all. Now, if you have a false positive to be in this location here, in anywhere here that they searched in this area, and the only way from the back that there's this dirt road here, I'll see this, that comes off of another street here on Caitlin from the house down past all of these homes, which may have external cameras covering their driveways and garages, like this house here, that caught all of the night video that had no evidentiary value, you would think that any one of these houses going all the way down the block would have caught an image between the hours of 12 a.m. and 8 a.m. that morning. And really, is this the path that they followed across a dirt road that led to the subdivision outside of their subdivision that led back here to this retention area? That stopped. See? It stopped here. Not very far from a cul-de-sac. There's going to be homes built around this cul-de-sac right here. Streets develop here, continues here to the main street that leads you into the subdivision itself. See? Looks like Willowbond Drive off of Long Hollow Pike, which is the main stretch that would lead you right back here to Kellen Lane and Stafford Court to the house. Why would it stop here? Now you get nothing. So where do you go? Where do you go from here? In any direction, where would you go from here? Well, quite frankly, you got to go back here to the house. You got to go back to the house, regroup, do a fresh search again to see if a secondary group of dogs did the same thing that the first group did. To go back here. There have been no reports that I've come across that said a secondary search or a third search of any of the canine or cadaver dogs ever went back here again. Hence, to confirm the false positive. And if they did that, it would make sense to me. How do you go to Kentucky to a landfill? Way out in Kentucky to a landfill to search there. Without having probable cause to do so. That's a court order to get, in which they did get, to go from one state to another to search for someone who went missing in another state. And why here? Now, we were told that by going to this specific landfill, this is where the garbage was taken out of that area and brought to this landfill to be dumped. And they searched this landfill at a primary grid line because they would have to know from hour to hour where are the trucks going in a very specific period of time to dump garbage coming from another particular area. And this is where they were able to pinpoint going to this particular area to search. Now, when they came here, they did just that. And the grid is huge. Is huge. Between February 26th up until they got to this point, how much garbage had been dumped. And in what areas was the garbage being dumped from to get to this area here? Now, in accordance to the way we saw it, it was a very limited search. But you know something? I think it was a little bit longer than that, but never ever explained to the point because it's under investigation. It was never truly explained how thorough this area was searched and what they were looking for. Now you ask the question, following the track line, what were they searching for? Because if it was a body, guess what? They would have found it. Did they have dogs here? Yep. Did they have manpower here? Yep. A full search team searched this area from early morning until the nightfall. And then some with lights. With lights. This is a very huge area. And the thing about landfills is that it's smelly. It's got scents running all back and forth in the landfill. It makes it harder for scent dogs both tracking and cadaver, to really pinpoint through their senses everything, because they have millions of different senses that they're picking up in a landfill. Everyone's garbage goes here. Think about it. And it can become very difficult, even for dogs, to pick up what they're trying to sense here. It should never be given up. That's what I would say, to any degree, but it's a lot. But due diligence told them to get a search warrant approved by a judge out of probable cause to even go here. To even go here. To sense clothing, to sense a body, to sense anything. It's very difficult work to go to a landfill. Not like in the Quentin Simon case, entirely different. But this is where they searched. As immediately as they possibly could. So now you go from a half a mile to a retention pond, first search, all the way to a landfill search in a different state. Now collect that just for a moment. And what does that tell you? What does it tell you? It says just this. The first search is immediate information related to that search to go here. All right. Secondary information comes in about the garbage. Him having a chore, taking out the garbage. That was his chore. Well, if that was his chore, where does the garbage go? So we believe that the information that we received from the parents of Sebastian Rogers led him to take out garbage during the night or at the time he went missing. So hence we go here. So where did the garbage go? Well, let's go there and check and see if there's anything related to the garbage that ended up here. And that's how we get here. And hence we need probable, and that's just enough probable cause to say yes. Okay. Do a limited search. 24, 48 hours. If you can't give us any kind of hit on anything, we got to pull that resource back. And hence that's why they came here. I would think, since nothing developed here and nothing developed at this retention pond since, where do you go? Where do you go? You got to go back here. Got to go back there. Guess what? The FBI put down a $50,000 reward. Now, in August, actually, the end of August, find in some way, shape, or form that there's something more to this than the narrative that was told. You got to go back to the house. We believe that there's information pertaining to the whereabouts of Sebastian because we had to come back to the house. Information leading to or those that are responsible for his disappearance. Where does that come from? It comes from the house. That's where the reward came from. You get Dog the bounty hunter comes in, wants to aid in this search because he smells that there's something wrong with the narrative, just as well as the FBI's. Him and his team does what? They bring in resources to ante up the reward to $100,000. That's huge. And then bump it up again another $25,000 in a short period of time since August, September, October. We're at the end of October. That's 60 days within an 8-month period of time since the reward was put up. Where are we going, folks? Where are we going? One step at a time. We get to a point now in this case, and I wanted to show you that so you have a visual, at least as to, just an idea as to what I'm looking at. Then during the last live, I came across the Vinnie Politano interview with Seth Rogers and Tony Mathis. And that startled me. It startled me because it seemed like the information is starting to firm up into an area that needs to be critically looked at. I'm sure every one of you has seen it, following other content creators or finding it on your by yourself. There's critical information that comes from this particular interview that got me riled up. Because what I just showed you just moments ago is just those facts. Retention pond, Kentucky landfill. Then a backup. I go back to the house. We're at the house. We're told about Texas Roadhouse at a specific time that the father confirmed that he saw a video of his son and the ex-wife leaving the Texas Roadhouse around 6:30. Now we get what? I call it a blackout because it's nothing in that time span from 6:30 p.m. that night, February 25th, all up until the sheriff's department was called at 6:33 a.m. regarding Sebastian going missing. That's 12 hours and 3 minutes. Once again, 12 hours and 3 minutes. Everything else is narrative up until sheriff is contacted, not 911, not emergency, sheriff. Because everything after they got contacted, no evidentiary value from the night lights that appeared the night Sebastian went missing. And I said, how could they discard that? Why would they even say, why are you telling us that? Well, we can't say anything because it's an ongoing investigation. I can't stand them when they say that. You're going to tell us a specific thing, but yet you can't give us an explanation as to the reason why you got to that specific. And we're just supposed to sit back and believe, okay, since you say so, you're the authority. That's what we got. And it wasn't scrutinized. To me, it wasn't scrutinized long enough for us to still, to this day, not get an explanation from the sheriff's office as to the reason why those lights that we saw at night that was taken from a video cam from a neighbor's property that showed up the night Sebastian went missing, and there's no evidentiary value of any kind. That just doesn't make sense to me. So here's what we get, and here's what we got. Take a look at this for a minute, and I appreciate those that always give me the thumbs up to help the video get out there. And I appreciate all of you that have, hit me up and linked up to my channel. From a different perspective is what I try to give. No commercials, no interruptions, no nothing. I try to give it to you straight. I can be somewhat long-winded to a certain degree, but it's specifics. We're looking for specifics. Here's some specifics regarding this interview. And I'm going to stop and pause through it so that you hear for yourself. you sense for yourself what you're picking up about this. Let's go to it.
Father Seth Rogers is with us, and the Rogers family spokesperson, Tony Mathis, as well. Thank you both for coming here. What's your reaction, Seth and Tony, to what happened today or yesterday in court with Bullhorn Betty? And what are your thoughts about Bullhorn Betty and what she's been doing?
And we have to remember, this was a recent interview with Vinnie Politano from Court TV. This is now into its 8th month of looking for Sebastian. And here's where we are.
Well, Vinnie, first off, thank you for having us tonight. Let me be crystal clear about something. That entire family lied under oath to get those protective orders. This family has spent more time trying to silence people than they've spent looking for Sebastian. We know for a fact that there's no proof that Sebastian walked out of that home. And it makes you wonder what else they're lying about, Vinnie. It also makes you wonder what would happen if Sebastian would have been able to file a protective order against his stepfather.
Seth, your reaction to what happened and what is happening in all of this?
My professional opinion, I would say something along the lines of Chris and Katie did something to my son. They're using Sumner County to cover it up and to hide themselves from the actual law.
And let me.
Now, y'all heard that? Now, that is direct from Tony Mathis and Seth Rogers themselves. Direct. And I say that in a way because it sounds like they got something in terms of provable evidence that would lead them to believe in the statements that they just made on national TV. National TV. They do not believe Sebastian walked out that house. And that Sebastian was the one who needed a restraining order against KP and CP. Now think about what they may have. Now, these are their thoughts. This is their, I guess, I can't say opinion, but then again, it could be. But this is the statements that they're making pertaining to this case. And you would not make a statement like that, not unless you have reasonable evidence as to the statement that you are making, solid enough to say, if they try to take us to court for any kind of defamation or this, that, and the other thing, yeah, we could then bring it to court. Because during the course of this interview, you find out where that information was gleaning from. This came from a different source. Now, I know most of you know that, and as much as we've been following it as well, you know, Seth Rogers was at work during the time Sebastian went missing, right? Okay. If he was at work and Sebastian goes missing, and all of the other stuff from the month of February and the month of January and the month of December were hidden away from him, not spoken about, or any information given to him about his son other than talking to his son directly on the phone, You would think if something was wrong, whether Sebastian would have told his father anything about what was going on. I brought up the question in another chat tonight. Well, the month of December, January, December, I asked the question, and Sebastian is within a school year at high school. So when do they give out these school report cards that go home for the parents' review to approve and sign off on, and parental commentary? When did they do that? And if anyone has an idea, during a school term, which begins about September, you get to a certain quarter called the first quarter. When is the first quarter done for September in a school term? Most likely about December, give or take. That report gets processed and then printed out during the month of January. I mean, college semesters are 2 semesters per year, give or take. It all depends on where you start. But going from September all the way to the month of May encompasses 2 college semesters. And they take a mid-break or winter break, if you will, at some point in time. Right? So you go from September, October, November, December. If it's half of December. And if it's not, it's all of December just before the Christmas break. And then you get into January, which now goes into a second quarter or second time portion. Did Sebastian's report card had anything to do with him going missing? Was my question. There's something going on at the time in the household that created an environment or atmosphere that was questioning the activities that may have been going on in the house that created what happened in February. If there was a CPS report that was done in January and was reported to the school regarding Sebastian not wearing a belt, according to what CP said, he wasn't wearing a belt. He told the school a lie. The school sent CPS to the house. We were having dinner and we were confronted by it. Well, hence CPS and the school are now linked to a report, isn't it? I mean, tell me something. You guys in the chat, would CPS report what their findings were, especially if a school was involved in contacting them? Yes or no? Tell me. Would they have reported Sebastian complaining about something that happened in the household at that time for them to have contacted CPS about, in order for CPS to go to the house and then make a visitation? I mean, it's a simple question. Would they do that? Does anyone know whether they would do that or not? They should have. Donna, you would think so. I mean, think about it. Sebastian is your child. Something happened at school where your child reported something about something that happened back at your house, enough for your child to tell them something that happened in some kind of endangerment, if you will, enough for the school to contact CPS and CPS follow up by showing back up at your house to question what the hell's going on. In the month of January, so I was thinking something about report card is done or first quarter, second quarter. Did that lean over here? Going into the second quarter, it spills over. And now you've got some activity at the house. And then he wasn't wearing a belt. And through the agitation of what they've been going through, not wearing a belt, you discipline him. He goes to school and then reports it. And then to be told on Nancy Grace that when he was hit by a belt, that it happened years ago. Years ago. And that did not lead to a CPS report. You figure if he wasn't wearing a belt and that was a thing that happened to where they were contacted, why wasn't the second instance about him being hit with a belt not reported? See? Why would one weigh out more than the other when the other was more critical than the one that happened before? Missing a belt is one thing. Being hit by one is another. This is what we have in this timeline. But yet, according to what we were told during the course of the interviews, when it was revealed that that happened years ago, and that's by both the parents, both biological and step parents, happened years ago, almost like never happened, even though it did, but never happened. And it was never reported to CPS. That's what I couldn't make any kind of backward and forward sense about. So let's continue, because this is what I got from this interview. This is how this interview began to make me think.
Let me ask you, Seth, and we have no independent information. We know that police are saying there's no suspect. No one's been named as a suspect in any of this. But this seems to be, at least from my perspective, Seth, is it a change in the way you are seeing what has transpired through all this? Are you seeing things differently than you did before?
It's the evidence. I still believe my son is alive. I still believe he's somewhere. But the fact is that he was at their house last. There is no evidence that he ever left the house. And they, as Tony has stated, they have spent more money and time trying to get people to not speak about Sebastian than speaking about Sebastian. Sumner County hasn't come out since April with anything. And Katie won't come out and speak, won't ask for help to find Sebastian. I really have to say that she never loved her son. And on top of that, I have the DCS reports that I've written that I have literally took me an attorney to get them. Sebastian deserves a restraining order from those two psychopaths.
You get where I'm going? No, you heard it from Seth. Sebastian deserved a restraining order from those two psychopaths. What in the hell is in those CPS reports? What tells Tony Mathis absolutely with certainty that Sebastian did not walk out that house? And I kind of figured that, because if you've got no dog scent or anything that leads out that house to go to a specific place outside of that retention pond, which then became a false positive, how did he leave the house? And hence, that's what's been bubbling up in my head. How does he leave the house? What was the long phone call about the night that Sebastian went missing between KP and CP? 9:46 to just above 12 a.m. that morning. If it did take place. If it did take place for that length of time. See, because when you get to 6:30 p.m., the time they left the roadhouse, up until 6:33 a.m., until the time that the call was made to the sheriff's department, what do you got? What do you got? You got nothing but the narrative. That's what you got. Do you know how much time that is? And then at 3:11 that morning, you've got see if I can find it. Yeah. You've got this coming from one of the neighbors' cameras in the neighborhood. And you've got shadowy lights moving around at night. Car lights turning on and then off. And this is of no evidentiary value to the sheriff's department. Is that coincidental or what? And you tell me, is that coincidental? Any other time, any other date, lights floating around at night between the hours of 12 a.m. and 6:33 a.m. that this instance never occurred up until that time. Yeah, but there's no evidentiary value here. We can't conclude what those lights are. But yet they occurred during that time and in no other time. Okay. And Seth believes that there's some kind of coordination going on between CP and KP to the sheriff's department. He said it boldly. There's some kind of connection there. There's something in the CP reports that he has. It's stating a lot more fact about their visits and as to what the visits were about than what we're being told right now. And I get it. And him and Tony Mathis are holding these cards. They're making sure that the T's have a top to them and the I's are dotted. Now you've got Dog the Bounty Hunter, At Night Media, and a bunch of other folks that are out there putting the pressure on this story. And then you get somehow a crazy RICO lawsuit that pops up out of this case. And that's why I was perplexed. I said, wait a minute, how do you get to a RICO? How could there be people trying to prevent finding someone who's been missing since February to try to infiltrate the case? And for what? Who's got, let's just say, just me, that kind of money to make this all even possible to try to stifle? For what? Or is this just something else? I am not following the RICO case. I'm following Sebastian's case. How do you get another case that pops up out of an original case of a missing child? I haven't seen it ever happen before. And all this extra shit is popping up. And sometimes, for a lack of a different word that I can use, y'all know me, I try to stay real clean on my channel, but there's sometimes you have to say what it is. How do you get all to this extra shit when it doesn't pertain on finding a child that's missing? Does somebody have Sebastian? Now you got to start to think, okay, what for? Was it to prevent him from going with his father 4 months later at the end of the school year? Because the mother didn't want that to happen? Was it also to prevent Sebastian from having any kind of interaction with CP's daughter, Faith? They had a bedroom for her. So he gets visitation from a previous spouse under that order, and Seth gets visitation from a court order between him and KP. So is this a time issue between the two? When it's convenient, when it's not between the two? Is this a squabble between two biological parents and their biological son trying to accept something in a world that he had no understanding of, being that he was autistic? I mean, either way you look at it, it's all bad. Somebody controlling certain things at certain times because it suits them more than the people that are involved within the body of the timeline. Within the body of the timeline, extra shit is correct. It doesn't make any sense, and there's nothing about that case that will bring him home. Yeah. Thank you, Little Red. Yeah. And that's the way you look at it, plain and simple. But here you have allegations. That's what we have to call them for now, of two people that have been looking for Sebastian, point blank, right down on the table, and Sirius, the biological dad, and his spokesperson, making a very definitive claim as to what happened. Let's continue and then we'll end it.
Tony, now you've accused them of lying, the Proudfoots, right? So what were they lying? What were they lying about from your perspective? And again, we have no independent information or confirmation that they said anything that was untrue or verification that what they said was true, like either way. But what were they lying about from your perspective, and what's the evidence from your perspective that they are not telling the truth?
Well, they actually were lying, and it was proven in court that they were lying about what they stated in the protective orders, which was that she had had physical contact with them, that she was following, stalking, and harassing them. And even on the stand, Mr. Proudfoot admitted that he had never met her in person. So in my opinion, it's a little difficult to be stalking somebody that you've never met in person. And it goes to the many inconsistencies that have been told by Mr. Proudfoot since the very first interview. Not one of his interviews have matched up, Vinny.
And when you say the interviews haven't matched up, you're not talking about, so I just want to make this clear to everyone watching. You're talking about the disappearance of Sebastian, not about Bullhorn Betty in this case.
Yeah, the Bullhorn Betty lies were just another long string in the lies that they've told since the beginning. If you go back and break the interviews down from the very first interview they did all the way from Nancy Grace and beyond before they quit coming out in public, you can see one inconsistency after the next. And the great thing about telling the truth, Benny, is when you're doing that, it's always the same. It doesn't change.
I've said that too. The truth should never change. And yet, this is the reason I broke down this case the way I did. From going to, do you see what I see in terms of parental narratives regarding the children going missing, right? Up until you can get to specifics as to the interviews themselves. We've shown you examples from the West case, the Madeline Soto case. We've shown you little Nicholas from Las Vegas. And then we get to KP and CP's interview, and you can see a lot of night and day in the same type of narrative. The parents wants to know what's going on. They had no idea of anything and yada, yada, yada. But to say he went out a door you're not sure of. To say he didn't take shoes that he would normally wear with him, or a coat, or a phone, but yet you make the assumption that he took a little pen light flashlight with him, with no shoes and no coat. It's mid-winter, the bottom end of February in Tennessee. And if he left out the door in the heat of something, what was it about? Unexplained. Unsolved mysteries type shit. I don't know why he walked out that door. How would you know if you didn't hear him go out that door? Nothing about the dogs being rattled at the time he may have left out that door. And if he went out a window, which would fall outside of his bedroom area, he would land in some kind of garden patch, and we would have heard him go out the window. So how could you say that if you're not even there? And how could you take the lead on a narrative as to what was going on in the household if you weren't there? See, people make mistakes. See, that's just me. They say when you're talking too much, you're giving yourself away. And yet the pushback is you don't know what you're talking about. You need to get the facts. We can't say anything else because law enforcement doesn't want us to make mention of it because it's an ongoing investigation. When you hear that kind of semantics, they really don't want to tell you something, okay? It's not hard. But yet getting on YouTube and doing interviews, I'm saying, what? I would never get on YouTube to do interviews about a missing person in my family. I'd go to the news to make sure that they post my story, not YouTube. And no pun intended to any YouTube creator that has covered the interviews. Okay? There's no shade on Chronicles of Olivia. There's no shade on Miss Duchess. There's no shade on Miss Smiley. There's no shade on Web Sleuth or even Nancy Grace. None. I just wouldn't go to YouTube for it. And of all places, true crimes, right? I wouldn't do it. All of what I would have to say that's going to be held legally would be to the news source and law enforcement looking for my loved one. Period. Just like Seth Rogers and Tony Mathis is doing with Vinnie Politano from Court TV. See? You can't make it any simpler than that. You go to a reliable source that will not interfere with your statement of what you believe happened to your child at all. And that's why they have kept, as much as I've seen, let me say, as much as I've seen, on the right path. We want the name of Seth Rogers known to the public that he is looking for his son, Sebastian. We want Sebastian's name known to the public through the right media source. And so far, they've been doing a damn good job. And my hat's off to them for holding so much. 8 months, so long, to try to get to the bottom as to what happened in the month of February. Because, folks, to believe it or not, all this took in terms of time All this took is a moment in time to have occurred the way it did in February. It took a moment. Each moment creates another moment, and so on and so forth. And whatever happened, February 25th into the morning of the 26th happened just the way it did because there was a moment in time in someone's mind, someone else's mind, that created what we're looking at right now. We would not be 8 months down the road looking at this story if that were not true. If it weren't true. So now when you get here and you get a father, a biological father, saying that his son needed a restraining order, he was the one who needed a restraining order, not anybody else. Sebastian was the one who needed a restraining order against them. Now you got to say, wow, wait a minute. Why? Is it what happened in California? A part of it? Is it what happened from California up until the present time it went missing? What are the CPS reports actually revealing to his biological father with the support of Tony Mathis? Enough to get the resources that they have in place right now. Get it? FBI, Dog the Bounty Hunter, At Night Media. All of a sudden, now you get this extra stuff going on because they jumped in. Called it Rico. Okay. Okay. What was the other thing? I want to give a shout out. This was something that I enjoyed tonight, at least. To a content creator on YouTube. Has been really digging hard and covering this case, and I hope they're watching because they deserve the shout out on my channel. I invited them for an interview to my channel, and that didn't take effect because there were certain concerns at that time that they felt was too sensitive to do an open panel live with them on my channel. I think what they're doing is great. They're covering a lot of information, doing road work, doing video on their road work, and really analyzing this story, putting scrutiny on it. And Let me share that channel with you. And that's this channel right here. I should have went here. Can you all see this? I hope I didn't blip out. Type a 1 in the chat if you're familiar with Mr. E's Crimecast. Can y'all type a 1 to let me know that y'all can see this? Appreciate it. I was in their channel earlier tonight. They've been covering this case through details and on the ground moments and video and little analytical pieces of information that a lot of people are, not aware of. But they have a group. It consists of Mr. E, Mrs. E, and Aunt E that have been working on this case, and in a way that they truly inspire unity amongst content creators, more so than I've ever seen. To get together. They've even had me on as a panel guest to their channel, and we were chopping it up a little bit, not knowing who John Q was. Think about it. John Q wants to come up. Oh my God. Okay. And they took a chance and let me come up, knowing that I wasn't a porn bomb type person. And we chatted about this case. I gave them my insights about the night lights and certain things that I was working with. And they were talking about, a lot of their investigation from their perspective as to what they found. And we were sharing. We had a great live that night. There was, my goodness, well over 1,000 to 1,500 people. I'm not sure. In the chat. So give my hats off to the E Crimecast family for covering this case that did a live tonight, which they covered some great information, able to pick out of the air and scrutinize. We're looking at everything, is what they're saying. And then we're questioning everything that comes up, which is what I do. So if you're not subscribed, go over there and show them some love. This way, the next time they go live, you can sit in, take a listen. If they're not what you think they are, no problem. You can always change your mind. But in this particular case and how they're following it, they're handling it one step at a time. They're taking a slow boat to China. Easy does it. We're not coming on every day type stuff. And they're doing a great job. I wanted to blow them up to you tonight because, that's what we need out here. Content creators that are steady, slow, can take breaks, disseminate information, give it some thought, and then put together content that anybody could be interested in listening to them. And they're just like you and me, folks. These are not professionals. I'm not professional. No professional legal background or anything else like that. But if it comes to legal or anything else like that, guess what? If they need to bring somebody on that's legal, they'll go ahead and do that. But it's a great channel. It's a great channel. Another one, if you can see this one. know if I did this one right. Let me see. Nope. You're still looking at what? Yep. You're still looking at what got posted. Is there it is. There it is. There it is. Another channel that was mentioned during the course of that live that I find very good is Hindsight 2002. Hindsight 2002 is almost like they cover media snippets. However, which way they do it, my goodness, it's extraordinary. Like I said, I can't sit up here and do all this stuff. But thank God a content creator called Hindsight 2002 was able to capture certain moments during the course of the case, during certain pieces that got released, and started building a case portfolio in snippets. Certain things that were said at certain times, everything. I mean, good work. They had a previous channel. Now, this is what I got and gathered from the community. They had a previous channel where they were doing just that. Something happened, and this particular content creator had to start all over again because their channel was struck down because of covering this case. Now you go think about that. And they had to start a brand new channel all over again. And they did. Thank goodness they didn't give up. So huge shout out to Hindsight 2002 for getting right back in there and believing in the work that you're doing. It does take courage to do this stuff. I'm telling you. And that's why you have to take your time in covering cases like this, especially on YouTube, because of the information sensitivity of these cases could lead your channel to get struck down. That's why I am very cautious. You have to vet a lot of the information that gets posted on your channel. Because if not, they'll strike you down. That's YouTube. And so big shout out to the eCrimecast family for doing extraordinary due diligence on this case. Going live, maybe perhaps once a week, maybe. You know, they do have a private channel. I'm not a part of the private channel. I love their public channel when they do come on. But it's about once or maybe once every 2 weeks even. But when they come on and they spend about 2-3 hours, sometimes 4 hours, covering the information, you know, that they put together as content for a live that they're about to present, they handle it very, very well. Extremely well. And as for Hindsight 2002, my hat's off to you for taking the courage to put up 1, 2, 3 minutes of little snippets, just areas of the case that is easy to digest in terms of information that you could go back and click on at a moment's notice at a moment's notice and say, let me see what Chris said again. Let me see what KP said again. What was the interview that they did on Olivia's channel? What did they say on Smiley's channel? Let's go back to Duchess's channel, and you can get it right there. That's how much I appreciate these two content creators. It's been, let me tell you, it's been a little bit since I have promoted content creators regarding this case outside of the collaboration that I have with other platforms. But I wanted to give a special highlight to these two content creators here that are right there on the beam, fingers on the button type content creators. Because guess what? If anything breaks, I mean, anything breaks, is where I'd go first. Make sure that if it's broken, you can get the resources, because they leave the links as to where you can get the information from and how it's been vetted. That's what anybody can appreciate. Anybody could appreciate that. So I wanted to just do that to let them know that John Q gives triple thumbs up on the work that they've been doing on this case and staying out of the muck and mire and all this extra crazy stuff. And, you know, just following the story and the information as best as they can without doing anything else. That's what anybody can appreciate. Now, outside of the extras that, you know, happen from time to time, guaranteed, you know, that's why that I'm not monetizing my channel. Just to get to monetize channels, I'm going through not so much on my computer, because I have my computer set now to where there's no interruptions. But if it's on my phone and I'm traveling, I get YouTube ad after ad after ad after ad. Now, the imposition ads are those ads where they'll play about 30 seconds and then a little skip button comes up on the right-hand side, and then you can click skip. Now you have imposition ads where there's no skip button, and they want you to hear at least 60 seconds of the bullshit that they want you to buy. Whether it be something happening with the election or some silly nonsense that people are trying to sell. It's incredible. I mean, YouTube makes their money from advertisement. They have a product and they have an audience, and they market their audience to companies that are looking to place ads, and they're getting ad revenue from these companies to say, yeah, if somebody can stand my voice for at least 15 to 30 seconds, yeah, and it's cheap, why not? And this is where they come. So all that stuff and fluff that you get on your phone, not so much maybe your computer, because you have it designed to where you can block ads and stuff like that, like I do, because I don't get ads on my computer. That's why I can play a clip without you seeing any ads on my channel. You notice that? You don't see any ads on my channel. That's why I strive to keep my channel as clean and clear as possible from all that interruption nonsense, because that's what it's designed to do. Make you forget what you're actually looking at and piss you off enough to where you just click off and go someplace else. Hence, you forget the message as to the reason why you clicked on it in the first place. If you're in it for money, I get it. YouTube will give it to you, but you got to stay within their parameters and their guidelines and I ain't even got to worry about that stuff. I can come on live, shoot you straight for 3-4 hours if that's, what it is. And there's no ads, no interruptions, no clickbait. If you last that long, God bless you. But if not, I understand it. And that's the crazy part. Of us getting information in its entirety on time relevant information. How does one begin to comprehend information if you're always being interrupted by non-essential things that have nothing to do with the subject matter at all? I mean, shit. What else did I want to show? Okay. There was something about this. I learned tonight, and this is from the eCrimecast family channel, about the little pen light, flashlight, little keychain flashlight. Have y'all heard about this? That Sebastian had, that wasn't found in the house. This was a piece of information that was definitely something of a distinction, because it was said that this little keychain flashlight wasn't found in the house. I don't know if y'all heard that. The story went for me that Sebastian had one, and that he most likely took it with him when he left the house. Right? Okay. If he took it with him when he left the house, I said he would have taken his shoes. And at best, if he knew he wasn't coming back, he would have taken a coat, a jacket, a hoodie, something. It's cold out. It's February. And if you're 15, I said you most damn sure would have taken your phone. Now, why would you have taken a flashlight, even though it's dark in the neighborhood, and you know your neighborhood? Would you have needed a flashlight? Why would you leave the house with no shoes, knowing that you were going out in the cold? And if you're going out in the cold, why wouldn't you have taken your jacket or a hoodie or something to brace your upper body from the cold? And most certainly, why wouldn't you have taken your phone? If something pissed you off, something you reached your ultimate with, regarding what was going on, called Dad. Called Dad. Dad was at work, but I guarantee you Dad would have gotten some time from his supervisors to say, my son needs me to pick him up. I need to go get him, and then I'll come right back. Why didn't any of that happen? Just following the natural course of what should have happened in this story. But no shoes, no coat, no phone. And then you get to no scent of him leaving the house. So if that's the case, how did he leave? How did he go? What secret compartments could he have left out of without anybody ever seeing him or recognizing that he ever left the home? How's that possible? He didn't go upstairs, as you see to the far right. And to go out that front door without being heard, I'm not going to buy that. Especially if you have dogs in the house, put up. Let's say they were upstairs. Even the dogs would have made noise from upstairs, knowing that there was a sound in the house that alerted them to something enough to where a sleeping mother down the hallway, not so far away, would have heard the scratching and the just the agitation going on with the dogs. Because remember, guys, this is early in the morning. The house is supposed to be quiet. I lived with my parents back in Brooklyn, and we had a Chihuahua. And anytime the front door opened or closed, or there was a presence from outside that entered inside the house, that Chihuahua would be all startled because they knew something in the house was different or had changed. Animals are that way. Nothing about the dogs being stirred that night is not a part of the narrative. Why not? I don't know if you picked up on that, but I certainly have. You know, animals are that way. If you have an animal, even a cat, but more so a dog. Dogs are more audible than cats. Cats, when they're in heat, well, you know what they're talking about. Dogs are just something different. They pick up on change immediately. Just in nature. So in looking at this, I'm saying, okay, how's that right? How far was the bedroom from the front door? Is there any other way you can get out of that house without opening up the front door or the back door? Do we know? Is there any way that you can get out of this home without going through the front door or the back door? The way it's situated. If you left the front door, well, obviously you'd need a code. If you left the back door, would you need a code? Would you need a code to get out this back door? No security cameras, no security system, even though one of the parents happens to work for a security company. You see how crazy that is? This would be an ideal place for a camera to be, but yet there isn't. Okay, front door is front door. I get it. Garage, driveway, get it. But the back door. An access point to the home, especially when it's dark. I'd have an infrared thermal camera in this location right here. Infrared and thermal. I'm sleeping at night and this is an access point, but look how simple this area is. I'm sleeping at night. How long would it take somebody to get through this? Just to get in there. It don't seem like much. Door here to the left, maybe 4 or 5 little steps up to the door to the left, and then you can get right to the windows inside this foyer area, where the windows are to the back of the living room. And come on through there. It's not much, but no camera here. No interior camera in the kitchen. If you were wondering whether somebody was getting up late at night, taking snacks and going back to their room and hiding the wrappers under their bed. Right. Sebastian up again? Is he nibbling on dessert? Is he getting up to get a snack? Remember, CP did mention during the time of his interviews online is that Sebastian had a hard time sleeping at night. He had a very hard time sleeping at night. Why is that? See? And if he's used to getting up to go to the kitchen, maybe for a snack or something, go to the bathroom. Okay, everybody goes to the bathroom at night, some more so than others, but it would rattle the dogs once again. And nothing pertaining to the narratives states that there was any interruption that night during the course of the night when Sebastian went missing. Then when you can begin to hone down, what in the hell is this narrative about? Is it to prevent Sebastian from going to live with his biological father 4 months down the road at the end of the school year? Or is it to eliminate his presence in order to make the presence of another party invited more so into the home than what was previously there before? Now, that's just me, but you got to go between the two. And the reason I go between the two is because that's what we got. During the course of the audio that we hear between these two people, when they came out, I was wondering why CP kept calling KP the mom. Can somebody explain that to me? Let me explain this to you crystal clear. The mom, I call the mom how does a man who's married to a woman he refers to as a mom? You see how strange that is? I mean, is it me? Type of one, if you feel that that statement is strange to you. The mom called me. I told the mom, did you look around? And then the mom and I called the sheriff's department. I mean, you can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. How would you call your wife the mom? What is he actually saying here? It sounds like separation of something in language, the mom. Now, she didn't say nothing about it. Don't call me mom. I'm your wife, stupid. You know, nothing. No correction. No nothing. The mom. I said, uh-oh, this is not going in the right direction at all. What's this about? I've got children and grandchildren, and I never referred to the woman I was married to as the mom. And go to the auto mechanic and say, oh yeah, the mom wanted me to bring her car over here. The mom wanted me to go shopping for food. The mom wanted me to go to work because we needed a paycheck. The mom wanted me to take the laundry out and put it in the car because she was doing laundry that day. Just very distant language. But yet when he was asked directly about specific things, he was by himself answering the question evasively. I can't talk about this because law enforcement, see? And it would impede the investigation. In a lot of this, I can't get into that specific, whether you came back home or not, what dates you came back home between the beginning of February and the 26th. Can't get into it. Why? Because I can't go there. If I tell you that, then you'll know what's up type shit. See, when you're left on a cliffhanger, I called it, it's cliffhanging language. When they can bring you to a certain point, but yet can't divulge what that point is, that's called evasive language. In this case, we find, like in Summer Wells, like in the West case, the same language here. And now you got to go to motive. You have to go to motive. Why would someone use this kind of language in a missing child's case? What is this really all about? Where's the win if nobody knows? Like the presidential election that's coming up next week. Where is the win if nobody knows? Is people are using dark psychology. Just my opinion. This is dark psychology language where they can bring you to a certain point, tell you that, and then stop it right there. And when you ask them, okay, and what else happened? I can't go any further than that. They leave you to assume and fill in the blanks, just like we all have been doing for the last 8 months. That's the stupid thing about it. Then when we say what we think, where we got stopped at, oh, you're wrong and you should get all the facts. Now they try to push through that shit. Well, if you ain't telling us the facts, why are you making me think these things to begin with? Well, y'all are not law enforcement and y'all don't know what you're talking about. Guilt tripping. There's something here. Y'all know it too. It's been going on for 8 months. Each interview, whether it's with Nancy Grace or whether it's with Chronicles of Olivia, you've seen it. It's hard. Look at this still shot just for a moment. I want you to outline this in your mind just for a moment. Took me a while to capture just this moment. And I wanted to capture this moment. I said, the story doesn't fit. The story is not fitting. So most of the time, KP's eyes are almost closed in this interview. She's looking at the pictures on the table, but she's distracting herself from actually looking at the interviewer, which was Olivia herself. I picked up on that. A lot of people picked up on different body languages and nuances and the cut across the neck with the hand motion. And there's a lot going on with her. But this is evasive communication. Her eyes look like, hey, yo, are you asleep? Are we having an interview? Can we wake up? Meanwhile, Chris, on the other hand, has got his visual distractions. If you go back over this interview again, and there are some, content creators out there have covered this over and over and over and over again. And it don't take rocket science to see body language that's not matching up with verbal semantics in this case. words that are not matching up with the body language that exudes from the interview or emanates from them during the interview. And you can pick up inconsistencies from Peter Hyatt's channel. I've watched his channel. Peter Hyatt is good. And he's watched these interviews as a statement analysis professional, and he's got bad signals. Then one professional after the next from the behavioral panel, the four guys that get together, they did a review of this. Cold Case Foundation did a review of this. These guys are not buying it. And I'm sure law enforcement picked up on that. Well, I'm not going to say whether they did or not, because it took the FBI to put $50,000 on the table to make sure that they said, we ain't buying this shit. The FBI is not buying the narrative. We have reviewed all their interviews, and we're allowing them to feel like there's nothing wrong. Because we do have something that we can pin on them. They don't know it though, because we're using the same technique that they use to push the narrative out to begin with. So let them think that everything is good, everything is safe. Maybe this will die down. They won't think about it again. They won't talk about the interviews no more. Can you imagine that? If they heard John Q saying, oh yeah, they won't think about it no more. The further we get away from what happened to Sebastian, think about it. In February, the less people will listen to it, and the less they do, then it seems like we're in the clear type mentality. We're going to be okay. And the only pushback that we have is, John Q, you can kiss my ass. You're giving out false information. You're giving out bad information. You're assuming we did something and you can't prove it. That's the beatdown we get. It's a beatdown. I ain't pointing no fingers at you guys. All I'm doing is going back to the house to find out how Sebastian actually left the house without being seen. That's what I'm doing here tonight. How did he get out the house without being seen if you say he left out the door? See, that's what I'm doing. No way pointing the finger at you. It's just that your wife, the mom, was home with Sebastian during this particular period of time. And you were at work, remember? And she called you, and you called the sheriff and not 911. Because they seemed to be far closer than 911 could ever get to, and they would be there far quicker than 911 could ever be, according to you. Oh, that's what we got. That's what I'm following. Following your narrative. It's giving us more questions than any answers for 8 months that you and the mom, your wife, ever gave. And it's sad we're even talking about this. It's sad we're even talking about this. I want to know what decision was made between the two of you guys. Even in a different still shot, I want to know what decision the both of you had made that brought us here 8 months later, looking for a 15-year-old autistic boy that's not in the same household you said he left. Yet you can give no possible, reasonable, logical, parental explanation as to the reason why he would have left out that door. Why he wasn't wearing a belt. Why he was actually struck with a belt under a specific corporal discipline. What was the real relationship between Sebastian and CP? No one's asked that question. Hey, CP, how did you and Sebastian get along? What'd you guys do? You know, when mom needed a break, she went out to play bingo or, I don't know, go shopping, food shopping, and you were left with Sebastian. What was your relationship with him? What'd you guys talk about? What'd you guys do? Where'd you guys go? There's a lot of questions there. And when he wasn't there, hey, mom, what was your relationship with Sebastian? Knowing that you had married outside of your previous marriage to the biological father, how was that coming along? How did Seth, assimilate to that? How did he adjust to that? How did you adjust to it? How did Sebastian adjust to it? And you know something? Since Sebastian went missing, we find out right away that the communication between this side and Seth is really non-existent. Seth, 2 weeks, said that he couldn't talk to Katie, and neither would they divulge any information about what they knew regarding Sebastian's disappearance. We saw it on News Nation. I played it on my channel. They're not talking at all. Well, wait a minute. This guy CP says on YouTube that, oh yeah, we're tight. We talk, every day or every other day, or at least during the week, about lie after lie. I wonder if Seth is talking to Chris right now. Are you talking to Chris right now, Seth? Right now. Not this very moment, but I'd say within the last couple of days. Have you spoken to Katie about Sebastian at all in the last couple of days of this live? And I guarantee you, what would Seth say in a heartbeat? Heartbeat. you know the answer. So now, not only do you go back to the house, you got to go back to the people of the house. Don't you? You got to go back to the people of the house. It's got no security at all. And everything is based on routine. You got to go back to the house. Everyone has gone back. And maybe I'm stretching it a little bit, but I'm going back to the house. The retention pond didn't hold anything. And nothing outside of that except Kentucky said anything in the beginning of the search efforts, but yet scaled back and then scaled back even further from the retention area, which leads us back here. How does Sebastian Rogers go missing from this house without being seen? See? And this is what's been bothering me. It's been bothering a lot of people. The 15-year-old autistic boy, highly efficient, high-scaled. You wouldn't know it if you met him. So isolated. What friends did Sebastian have in this neighborhood? You would figure we would have heard of friends in the neighborhood. I used to play with him. We used to do our skateboards in the street and go down the hill and yada, yada, yada. He was into baseball cards. He was into this. Where are they at? And they're talking about friends in an interview. If he came home, oh, all the friends and the neighbors and everybody else, oh, we would so much appreciate, the love in the house. Huh? Because he's going to high school. High school students have friends. Yet not a peep, not even a news press on friends. Classmates. Somebody. You mean to tell me that this is the only place we all know Sebastian from? That's it? And former videos that were taken of him when he was younger, that his father, Seth Rogers, had caught during the time that he was just growing up, dancing and just being himself, or maybe going fishing. Mama had no pictures. I mean, come on. Seth isn't allowed to talk to Katie. Chris won't allow it. Diana Bond, thank you. Now, could you imagine that? And I have to agree with you, Philip. All Sebastian wanted was friends, somebody different. Now you think about it. This is a gorgeous neighborhood, well kept, well taken care of. A house well over $200,000 at best. Beautiful neighborhood that I would think would have kids having a school bus in the area to pick up kids going to the high school, which is not too far from the house, going to school from this area, not having any connection or anything to say about Sebastian? You mean to tell me, he's just isolated right here playing a switch on his computer and that's it? Under corporal guidance, martial law, if you will. That's just me. And that's it. So really, what kind of a life was Sebastian really living before he went missing? It's a lot here. It's heavy on everyone's mind. And as much as we try to get through to continue to dive into this particular case, just like the other cases, each move, each dive has a question. And we hope law enforcement, being on this case, keeping Sebastian's name alive on social media, is giving them that kind of a pressure, along with Dog the Bounty Hunter and the FBI and the at night media team and private investigator. I mean, you name it. Whoever is involved in this case, keep the pressure on this case enough to where something changes, something pops. You would have to believe that. This kid did not walk out that house and just didn't vaporize, vanish in thin air with us looking at all these different details because they don't add up. I'm looking at it, you're looking at it. And it says the same thing that I think. This ain't adding up. No way. This is scrambled eggs. And it's done on purpose. My interpretation as to what happened is different than your interpretation as to what happened. What law enforcement has is their interpretation as to what happened. What the FBI has is their interpretation as to what happened. Dog the Bounty Hunter, at night media, I don't care who it is. Everyone has a different interpretation as to what happened. But you know something about all of these different interpretations? They're all starting to collide and converge into a singular interpretation that says this boy did not walk out that house that night. Huh? And it's getting too thick quick for some other people that know that truth too. Where's the interviews with the news people? Where's the follow-up with the news people? I'm still waiting for Don and Candace Wells from Summers' case to pop up in front of the news. Give us an update. Daniel Robinson's case, same thing there. Give us an update. Where's the update on Sebastian Rogers? It's been 8 months now. Okay, so we'll wait 9, 10. How about we do something before Christmas? Now we're in winter again, almost going towards a year. And that's why I said on my last live to content creators covering this case, go slow. Follow the stream. Go slow. Just because somebody posts something on Facebook doesn't make it true without it being vetted. And that's why I told you in the beginning of the live, if somebody picks up on some post on Facebook, then goes and does a video on YouTube, doesn't make it true at all. Meanwhile, they're talking about, and this is my opinion, allegedly, this is for entertainment purposes only. Wait a minute. How can you take a case like this for entertainment purposes only? Just put up your disclaimer and stop repeating yourself. That's really all it needs to be. Allegedly, in my opinion, too much. You're doing too much. Trying to stay safe, but you're doing too much. And like I said, no pun intended, but too much repetition. Too much repetition to try to protect yourself doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. You can't build credibility when you're trying to get into something but stay away from something. That's like Chris and Katie Proudfoot. Get into something but kind of stay away from it. You come on your channel to say what you say, and you should say it with confidence. And stop with the allegedly and in my opinion, and almost every 2 minutes. Everything I say allegedly is, in my opinion, allegedly. It's sick. And it's almost comical to try to get through all that. Yet, meanwhile, there are certain content creators like the one I've mentioned here tonight can bring it to you and can state their observations and opinions without continuing to say, in my opinion, allegedly, and for entertainment purposes only. It's crazy. I mean, I can't make this up. This is what I see. Allegedly. Now, this is all in my opinion now. Allegedly. But this is my opinion. This is also alleged. Oh, shit. Give me a break. We're all adults here. Put up your fair use disclaimer. It says what you're doing, and now you can speak from your perspective, and you're protected. Don't worry about your channel being struck. No one's going to strike your channel, not unless you're using content that belongs to somebody else without their consent or permission at all. And they've advised you not to put their content on your channel without their permission at all. Now you're asking for YouTube stuff to happen. See, that's in the guidelines. This is where, when you know what you know, especially in covering a case like this, I ain't got to worry about none of this headache shit. People are going to do what they do, But you know something? There's a 15-year-old that's missing. He's still missing. And we got to get back to the root of the case. This young man since February has been missing. And there is a reasonable explanation as to the reason why he went missing. It's just that the explanation itself may not be reasonable enough for the truth to bear. And this little boy's world is entirely different. If he's still with us, could you imagine what he's going through? What's on his mind and how he feels about what's developed? If he was taken by somebody, keep him on the down low. There's a certain expiration date that's attached with this somehow. We don't know. And everybody will forget that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is missing. How's that? They'll forget about him. YouTube will get tired of them. I don't think so. Whoever thought that idea, I don't think so. You've got too much going on in this case right now for that to even enter this particular timeline. Now, the only reason why I can say that is because there's someone out there that's desperately, more so than I've ever seen, a case like this, looking for him. He wants to hear his son's voice again. Feel and sense his presence again. Put sight into his life, that a part of his life is still here and can stand before him again. The sound of him again. The essence of his noise again. His laughter, his jokes, his excitement, and maybe even something closer than that. Again, his heart. That's what this man is looking for, because I would be every single thing and every single one of those things that I just mentioned to you. If it's anything that a father would ever have to go through in their life, is to look for their child. And in circumstances like this man is going to move heaven and earth to find him. This is a man who can definitely state, forget sleep. Forget sleep. Because if my phone rings, I'm moving. And so I say, Seth Rogers, God bless you, man. I don't know what it is in any iota of thought to feel what it is that you're feeling regarding your son being missing. But you know something? And if I could put myself in a moment in time in your shoes, that's how I would feel. There's no sleep for me. I'll eat, I'll catnap, perhaps. But if anybody's talking to me in any which way, shape, or form about my son or my daughter, you got my attention. See, this is the guy who's looking for his son. Can I say this about anybody else aside from the people that are looking for him? The people I would hope to be looking for him? I think Dog said it best. All roads lead to Rome. I said, Dog, you should have said it a little bit better. All roads lead to home. You got to go back to the house. You got to know, how did he leave that home without being seen? And if there was something nefarious going on, what was that about? Is it about you? Or is it about something else? And according to what he has with Tony Mathis in his hand, this might be about something else. And I hope what he has can nail any name of anybody in those reports that had something to do with Sebastian going missing. Honestly. And if make sure you hold it tight and keep it tight until you can build on it to get it right. Because you do have the eyes and ears and the presence of the FBI that can do something about it. Far more than maybe the sheriff's office, if somebody knows somebody type shit. That's why they called him to begin with, because it could be a drinking buddy. We don't know. Get it to somebody that's going to remain objective and non-biased. It's a hard one, people. This one's a hard one. I thought summer was something. This is a hard one because this one touches everyone. It certainly has me. And then he still has to live himself through this entire process. How do you do it? How on earth do you try to hold yourself down, stay grounded, and go through this shit? Whether it be online or offline, how do you do it? I would have to say, to some degree, social media can be a good thing if it's used for that purpose. It could be something horrible, dark, a nightmare, when it isn't. Because your life now is public. Your private life is public. And people can say and do and twist and turn anything you say, anything that you share and show, into something entirely different. Narrative, creating a different narrative, going from a different narrative to the next, to the next, to the next, until nobody can recognize where the hell this thing came from anymore. And it's somebody's life. Not just one, but lives, plural, that are involved. All this man wants is his son. And you can imagine what Sebastian is thinking about, if he's still with us, what he wants right now. And that's why I say, cherish the moment. That's all we got, folks. Right now is right now. This moment, this very moment, you're listening to this live. This very moment, you are with the essence of your life in time, real time, in this very moment is all we got. And the only thing that we can take from this moment is a new moment going forward, because we have a lot of moments behind us. The thing I would pray for, and the thing that I do pray for, is that this moment right now changes. Going forward, changes. And something truly good develops from this case. For Seth, I pray he gets that. For Sebastian, it's always been that. In a lot of ways, Sebastian should not have even been experiencing anything that would have led up to his disappearance at all. At all. If people had their minds changed about arrangements and stuff like that, do it with a mature adult mind, knowing that you are responsible for the life or the lives of those younger than you. They have no sense as to what has taken place before them. Children should never have to pay the price of parents' failures. Ever. That's why this is a hard one. And the details and the background somewhere between the biological father and the stepdad and the biological mother, there's a lot going on there. It's been brought out on social media the last 8 months. Sad part about it is that Sebastian just didn't go missing. And that's it. This was brewing for quite some time, and brewing from a bad place. for a long time. Violations, if you will. And I'm being very careful about the words that I use. Violations against Sebastian. Seth knows about these violations because he brought it to our attention. And they're hard violations, especially for someone that's under 18 to have suffered from. Going to therapy for. Consulting doctors about. And having medications prescribed in order to manage it. And continued therapy, because trauma-based situations is not something you can shake off. It's not something that, you could change your mind about. Never happened. So what are we doing on Saturday? Trauma-based situations last a long time. It's subconscious. It's feeling oriented. That tends to impact behavior down the road. That's what makes this case hard. Well, hard for me. Because in all light of this, this is coming and stemming from a trauma-based situation. And then when you can take a look at the people that are involved in this particular situation, it hurts, man. It's just not dealing with adults. It's dealing with the future, the next generation. And then we ask, why is the world all fucked up? So I pray things change. I'm feeling something that is going to break. Let the pressure stay on this case. Let God lead the minds of those who are capable of bringing some kind of conclusion to this case. Whichever it is, find him. Just find him. No matter how he's found. But get there. So we know what to do next. Whew. I can get deep, but tonight I wanted to share just something that was on my mind from the Crimecast Families channel. Made me think, and I said, you know something? I'm not gonna worry about content. It's already flowing from me. Let me go live right now. Once again, I thank those content creators that are really holding it down nice and tight. And I hope you're subscribed to them. Stay close to them. If they veer off, you know what to do. If they're talking jive, you just click off that unsubscribe button. If they're not going in the right direction, click off the unsubscribe button. You move on. You folks know what you're looking for better than I, what you're looking for. And if it hits home and you know that it looks like there's something better here than over there type stuff, you know where to go. I don't know everything. I'm learning a lot, though, but I don't know everything. I'm trying to put my eyes on things that I've seen, and each and every time that I do, I go to what I haven't looked at to see if there's anything there that can be included. If not, I got to continue to look at what I see. If it remains the same, then consistency and a foundation can be built from it. If it starts to change the channel, if things start to veer off, guess what? I begin to discard, unload, if you will, take a break. I'm not on this case every day, but I'm looking at this case every day. Behind the scenes more so than in front of you live. Because I've got to have something that's going to be a little bit different in terms of perspective that you can at least be complimented by. So the next, and I appreciate all of you. That's right, Sebastian's Army. We are strong. Don't dive. God bless you too. My opal birthstone, much love to you. And everyone that decided to hang out a little bit late tonight. Like I said, I wasn't going to go, but I'm glad that I was able to lay my eyes and ears on a live that it just compelled me. Just compel me. And the thought that compelled me was a report card from school. A report card from school. Was there something going on at school regarding CPS during the midterm that might have been involved in the House at that time that maybe just agitated someone or caused something to be agitated at that time? Was it a report card? He wasn't doing well in school? CPS has reports from school that Seth didn't know about? Is that what he has that he wasn't told about? There's something that I'm feeling that he found out, something that he knows now, that he found out that information was kept from him about. I don't. It's just me. From my viewpoint, just what I'm feeling, and I hope that comes through. I hope whatever it is he's got, because it seems to be heavy, and he's being very careful as to how this is going to go forward from his area, going forward from this point. And he should take it just that way. And be advised as such in just that way. Because if it's heavy enough to start hitting the ball out the park, he ain't going to be doing it on YouTube, okay? It's going to be coming out in places where it's going to be real, and then we'll find out later. We'll find out about the real stuff later, because it'll start to drip in from the right sources and support the right platforms for that information to get through. See? So that's why I'm patient. I'm going to remain patient. I'm going to remain vigilant, optimistic, if you will. I'm waiting for the news to show me this emergency broadcast of a child being found being walked out from some place in the hands of police, covered by a blanket, and walked to a squad car to be taken to the right place. And it says Sebastian Rogers on it. From wherever he was and whoever he was with, I'm looking for that night picture. I don't know why it's night. Law enforcement finds Sebastian Rogers, who went missing in February from his house in Hendersonville. He was found among whatever it's going to say, and he is safe. He is now being taken to XYZ Medical Center for evaluation, and we will bring you further news as it develops and as we get it. Know something? How do you feel? Where do you go in your mind, and how do you feel with your feelings about just that particular moment? I'd rather hear that than anything else. And that the people that were responsible was taken into custody as well, to wrap that sucker up. And now we got something to talk about. Now we got something to talk about. If it's any other way, I would prefer it to be that way. If, on the other hand, it's another way, then he has been found. And in light of that, there will be conclusive information that we can go off of from that point. Because I know they're going to take their time at that point to give us the truth, and not all us running around and he said, she said, and all this bullshit online. Time for that stuff to stop. The lawsuits to stop. See? You don't have any lawsuits if it comes to that conclusion. Who's suing who for what at that point? What are they going to do? Walk away and say, oh, well, I made a dumbass out of myself, but I got my money. Next. That's sad. Yeah, it's a downside. There is a downside. Me, I don't have to worry about none of that. Hey, you don't hear John Q, John Q, John Q. Oh, John Q. Oh, John Q. John Q, John Q, John Q, John Q. You don't hear my name out there. And if you do, well, you know. You hear my name out there. If it don't come back good, person who's got my name in their mouth ain't good either. See? It's reflective. I'm not out there going after anybody. But if they want to come after me, that's okay. They only show who they are. And once I look at it and I get a picture and I say, okay, gotcha. But other than that, I'm not going to belabor it. Other than that, I'm not going to build content off of it. What for? When the missing need our help more than the content creators that are out there trying to drag other people's names into the gutter. Into the gutter. So let's hope it gets better. But that's what I wanted to share with you tonight in wrapping up. Just some things. And I needed to get these thoughts off of me so that this way I can reboot and take a look at a couple of other things that I've been looking at. And it's in the area of law enforcement. And it's in the area of the sheriff's department. I've got a lot of questions about that particular area of this case. I've touched on it a little bit here tonight in terms of no evidentiary value being said at a particular time within the body of the timeline of 8 months. That bothered me to this day. It's going to stay on me until I can find out why they said that, because there's been no explanation as to the reason why those lights were discarded from the case during the interim of the investigation. And why did it just come from one place and not reiterated and confirmed or verified by the other agencies that are a part of the case? You got to go down. You got to go in that area. Yeah. Because if somebody failed to do their job, and in most of these cases, they can't get it right either. There's still, all of them are trying to figure it out. This is a human type of capacity, if you will, that's involved here. The human element is involved here. We don't know everything, but no one's infallible, including me. You make a mistake, you overlook something. I didn't see that. Come out and say it. We weren't really looking at this particular thing when we decided to investigate the case. We didn't have that information. We weren't privy to that information. No one has reported that information. Yeah, it's sort of like backstepping. But if you didn't have it, say so. Don't come down the road knowing that, oh, now that XYZ has been found, you kind of botched up in the middle of your investigation, didn't you? And now you get questions that way. And the last thing that law enforcement wants is to have anybody question the work that they do when these cases come about. Their integrity is just so high, it's almost sickening to even imagine the scrutiny that they have to go through. You know, for funding purposes and, you know, grants, gifts, donations, stuff like that, you know, community-wise. But it can happen. I'm still waiting for the turn in Summer Wells's case. Somebody made a mistake. Somebody was on the take. Somebody was doing something they weren't supposed to do. There was something else going on and they didn't report it. Because there's no way a 5-year-old goes missing from the house the way she did. There's no way a 15-year-old goes missing from the house the way he did. There's no way 2 toddlers, 3 and 4, out of California that goes missing out the house the way they did. Come on. What's pumping? What? Put it on the table. You can't tell me that. I say, tell me the reason why you even think of telling me that. And I'm going to sit back, shut up, and hopefully you make sense. Huh? Because if you're not making sense, I'm talking to the wrong person. Or I'm listening to an idiot that doesn't know what the hell it is they're doing. And if you don't know what you're doing, you shouldn't even be involved. I mean, it's that simple for me. And I'm sure a lot of people would agree. That's exactly what I tell them too, John. All right, I'm going to shut up. Say what you got to say. And it better make sense. You know, if people are going to take their time out to lie to you, you better take the time out to know if they're lying to you. If it's too long for something simple to be said, no need to go any further. My father used to tell me that. If it's too long to be simply said, there's no need to go any further with it. You can't change anything with it other than the fact that your credibility goes out the window. It's like cooking food. You know, you can't change the recipe of cooking rice because you say so. It's done a very specific way for quick results. If you change it, you're going to get different rice, aren't you? And if it's different rice, it may not sit well. And that's what I gather here from all of the interviews, all of the YouTube clips, discussions, thoughts and theories and speculations and, you know, opinions, if you will, allegations, allegedlys, all that stuff. What are you going to be looking into? What are you going to really hone down into? Let's get to the facts. The narrative said this, but this happened. That's all you got to do. Now, does that coincide with one another? And if the answer is no, you got something wrong. You got something wrong here. You got people making up stories like the Democrats. I couldn't think of any other word but to say that. like the Democrats. They're doing the same damn thing. You're going to be found out. You just hope that they don't find out, giving you enough time for something else to come in so they can do an add-on piece to say that they didn't have the right information to begin with. But they won't apologize. That's why you got somebody in this case saying, let me be crystal clear. Oh, shit. Crystal clear. Yes, crystal clear. It reminded me of the movie, what was it, with Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson, A Few Good Men. I heard Jack Nicholson, being the general, kept saying that, let me be crystal clear. Are we crystal clear? In that voice, I said, oh, shit. Tom Cruise said, I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. And he got busted. He got busted. That's right. And I would do it again because of code, because of honor. That's a great movie. Oh, for most of you that remember that, yeah. Because all Tom was looking for was the truth. It was hard pulling this guy's teeth out of his mouth because he was the one obstructing it. But his ego was the blockage to the truth. And do we have an ego here? Uh-huh. All it has to be done is get that ego in the right position, and it's got no place else to go. It's got to justify itself. That's what's wrong with ego. Ego is always got to justify itself. Hint, 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 hint. We have somebody that's doing the same thing, telling the narrative, solely telling the narrative. Don Wells' ego did the same thing for Summer. Trezell West's ego did it in that case, believing that people would believe that narrative. Somebody picked them up and took them out of here. Who might that be? Couldn't tell you. I believe somebody came up here, snatched her up, took her down the hill, threw her in a car, and raced out of here through the mountains of the holler in about 20, 25 minutes is what we were told. Well, why would you think that? Is it because that's what you would have done? How would you know that? Why would you even think to say something like that? I don't know why he walked out that front door. Well, why would you say something like that when you didn't see him do it? How would you know it was the front door? You got a back door too, right? I showed it. Why be so definite when you truly didn't witness it? You said you were asleep. And sooner than later, you begin to tighten it up. And you see that there's more to the story than what's being told. That's the facts. We're looking at it just that way. Just that way. Okay. Oh, well, forget them. They don't believe us. We don't have to listen to them. We can just turn them off. Well, okay. But if the same thing happens over and over and over and over, and it gets onto Facebook and it gets into Instagram and it gets into all these other different places that you're scoping out just to be sneaky to see what people are talking about, so that you would be already prepared to try to debunk them and then come online to try to change it. See? And that's what I saw happen. People are saying this and people are saying that. All you guys don't know what the hell it is y'all talking about. You don't have the facts. How would you know that? How you know what we're talking about? Because I've been sitting here listening to it. Oh, okay. So you have been listening to us. And you decided to get online, called YouTube, to try to straighten us out. Oh, man. I don't care how anybody looks at it, got to make sense. Got to make sense. I've been going through your comments, just sitting here reading them while I'm just getting it out off my chest. And I appreciate every single one of you for, just joining me for a late morning. Is it, what would I call this? Early morning, late morning? I don't know. Usually other content creators are up this late. They change all the time. The stories change. Why? That's a good point. Diana Bonds. Yeah. Why? Why add in, and then again, why omit what happened during the course of telling the story? What was said on Smiley's channel is different than what was said on Olivia's channel. What was said on Olivia's channel was different than what was said to the Nashville news crew. What was said on Duchess's channel was different than what showed up on Nancy Grace's panel, her channel. It was more, how can I call it? It was more, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. On Nancy Grace, oh, shit, just say yes. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. You remember that? All you got to do is just go back. Listen to it. Yes, ma'am. No. Yes, ma'am. Especially the explanation where CP had mentioned to Nancy that he had to give Sebastian a punishment about lying. I think it was about lying. Not because he didn't wear a belt to school, It was about lying. Well, you got to get a punishment. And he tells her that Sebastian said, yes, sir. You got to listen to that part. You got to go back to listen to that part. My father never talked to me like that. Well, you're going to have to get a punishment. I'm going to sit there and say, yes, sir. What kid says that when they know they're about to get their ass whooped? Yes, sir. You know I'm going to whip your ass, right? Yep. Let's go. I got my pants down and everything. Let's go. Give it to me. Are you kidding me? 15 years old is going to agree to an ass whipping? Unheard of. It's more like you touch me and I'm going to try my best to bite your balls off. You are not my father. I could have the tendency to agree to that more so than, yes, sir. Go right ahead. I'm waiting on you. Let's get it over with. $15. But I'm not going to hold you guys up any longer. Damn, 3 o'clock in the morning? Is that right? No, going on 4. Why y'all let me do this? Why did you guys let me do this? Yeah, it is almost 4. But get some sleep, guys. Between now and next Tuesday is going to be, you call it turn up week. You're about to see things turn up like you've never seen before. So wherever you are and whatever state that you live in, make sure that you got everybody tight in the family. You got enough food. You got enough resources. Make sure you're nice and tight. Because by the time we turn into the thing called next week, and we get to that certain day called Tuesday, hang on. We don't know where our country is going to be after Tuesday of next week. I just hope and pray that it's not bad, because we're at the pinnacle. We're at the precipice now. But all these cases going the way they've been going, and 2 to 3 multiple wars going on in the Middle East and everything that nobody's really paying attention to, more or less talking about. All the stuff that's happening in our country pertaining to the border, illegal, undocumented people, food prices at the store. Oh, shit. You talk about being at the wrong place at the wrong time. This is one of them. And it's just, let's just pray and hope that it's just going to turn around and people are going to be mature enough, sane enough to hold it together and change this whole freaking dynamic. Because it's showing a very dark side about who people are. It's that dark psychology that's out there. This is really the darkest I've ever seen it. You live in dark times when shit just doesn't make sense, not only when you wake up, hell, when you go to bed. All of it. All of it. So my prayers go out to every single one of you and yours, holding it down. I'll come back when I hear something. You know me, I'll come back. But these are just a few thoughts that I had that I just wanted to get out into the open. And I thank those content creators tonight that, delivered something that compelled me to come on tonight, share it with you regarding Sebastian Rogers, still missing after 8 months, and kind of give you a different perspective. When I come to you regarding a story like this, I can only come to you from a father's position. And most of you know that. And it's a perspective that only a father can actually give, and not just someone sitting on the side trying to report, on an outside point of view, not being attached. I'm coming to you as a father, like if Sebastian was my son. What I would want done, what I would have said. And so on. And that would be the only perspective I can come to you, especially from this story. From Summer's story, so likewise, coming to you from a father's perspective. My daughter went missing. Here's what I would have done. My son goes missing. Here's what I would have done. I did so in the West case, and so on. I think that's what people like about, coming to check me out. So if I haven't gotten to your comments tonight, believe me, I've been reading them back and forth, giving you my commentary. All of you, thank you for supporting my channel. And I'm not going to worry about the likes. I'm not going to worry about the subscribes. If you got some value from it, I know what you'll do. That to me, God takes care of that for me. I don't have to worry about, telling you that. God takes care of that for me. I don't ask for much. But much love to you. And as I've always said, I'll be back. I'll be back. Until that time, be well and stay blessed with Godspeed. Till then, take care.